So on 2, are you ready for MSG activation?
Sunny Huntsville's the on 2, and you are go.
Okay, it worked. And on 2 for Yedived change out.
And Sunny, we're not ready for you to start that activity yet. We'd recommend swapping it with your CVIS exercise, and we should be ready for it before your midday meal.
Sounds good. And just to confirm, it's 1290, and 1290 is full, so we're offloading that, correct?
That's correct. We're installing 1290 for the offload.
Good. I'll wait until after CVIS. Thanks.
Vessel on 2 for a stowage question.
Go for Huntsville.
In Columbus, near the starboard end cone, I found a wrapped up with Kapton tape bubble wrap bag. It says plant habitat for return, GMT 246, serial number 6. Any idea where it might go?
Put a copy and we're checking. Station Huntsville on Space to Ground 2 for Butch and Stowage.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Butch, I've got a location for you if you're ready to copy.
Ready, copy.
That item is going to go in a foam box at Columbus Deck 4, Rack Bay, labeled ECS Module, serial number 0001. and the part number is Foxtrot Juliet 0757-1.
Phone box, Columbus Deck 4, ECS module 0001. Got it.
That's a good readback. Thank you.
Houston Station on 2 for tracking.
With your Nick on 2.
Yeah, I've got the lab and cupola configured. I saw good centerline video coming through in the lab on the SSC. I just have a black screen on SSC 11 in the cupola.
And that's expected, Nick. We start off only sending it to the monitor you'll be using. We'll route it to the cupola if required.
Okay, understand. And then, so I've got 3 SSCs here. I've got 2 of them running RPOP, of which one of them has the black screen on it. And then I've got this third SSC that's not configured for anything. Is there something I'm supposed to set up on that?
Just to clarify, Nick, you should have in the lab a laptop for RPOP, a laptop for your docking camera, and then a laptop for an ISS view. The same setup is used in the cupola. We just don't have that set up at this time since the prime is the lab.
Yeah, copy. Just to confirm, I have 3 SSCs in both locations. 1 SSC is just running RPOP in each location, and then the configurations match each location. One SSC is running RPOP. There's another SSC that's running RPOP that's got a black screen that's saying no video. And then on a third SSC in the lab, I've got video routed on a streaming MPEG viewer that looks to be the centerline video, or it's, I'm guessing, centerline video. It doesn't really describe. And then the other SSC in the cupola is just a desktop.
And Nick, your setup sounds good. The streaming center video is actually S1. The RPOP that you have with the vid setup that doesn't have a view, that should be the docking camera. That won't come in until we're on the docking access when we step up to that config.
Okay, understand. And when we start streaming that video over C2V2 high data rate, then that will show up in both locations on that black screen, or it'll just show up in the lab and you guys have to do something to switch it to cupola if we need to float over there?
It'll only show up in the lab. We'll have to reconfigure for the cupola if we need to use that workstation.
Okay, copy all. I appreciate your patience working through my confusion.
That's good questions, Nick.
Good morning, it's Tuesday, November 5th, and I'm NASA's Nilofer Ramji. Here in Mission Control Houston, we are coming to you live in the International Space Station's Flight Control Room as we begin our coverage of SpaceX's 31st commercial resupply mission for NASA to the International Space Station. Overnight, the rendezvous ops were more efficient than originally timelined, resulting in an earlier approach initiation burn, which is now scheduled for approximately 7:23 a.m. Central, just a few minutes from now. The SpaceX Dragon spacecraft will dock autonomously to the forward-facing port of station's Harmony module, delivering approximately 3 tons of cargo. It will spend 1 month attached to station before returning to Earth. The NASA Flight Control team here in Mission Control Houston and the SpaceX teams in Hawthorne, California entered into integrated operations a short time ago and also pulled go for the approach initiation or AI burn. The AI burn is scheduled in just over 5 minutes from now at approximately 7:23 a.m. Central, 8:23 a.m. Eastern. This burn will last approximately 90 seconds, bringing the spacecraft up and under the space station. And we're approximately 5 minutes away from the AI burn. And while we await that, why don't we take a look at what happened last night? The SpaceX Dragon cargo spacecraft launched atop a Falcon 9 rocket from Launch Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida last night at Monday, November 4th at approximately 8:29 p.m. Central, 9:29 p.m. Eastern. This is SpaceX's 31st commercial resupply mission for NASA to the International Space Station. SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft will deliver around 3 tons of new science investigations, food, supplies, and equipment to the international crew.
And on to for you today.
And Sunny, the time has finally come. We are ready for you to do the EDIVE activity.
I'm changing out the offload you today.
Copy and concur.
About 11 minutes after launch, the Dragon itself separated from the second or upper stage of the Falcon 9 into its preliminary orbit. Then we had the forward nose cap on Dragon cargo that was open to expose the docking mechanism that will come into play a bit later on this morning as it arrives at the Harmony module for its docking to station. Following the launch last night and earlier timelines, docking is now scheduled a little bit earlier this morning at approximately 8:55 a.m. Central Time, 9:55 a.m. Eastern. Over the last several hours following liftoff, Dragon has continued to execute a series of burns, which have gradually raised its orbit to align more closely with the space station. There are 5 major burns, or firings, of the Draco thrusters on Dragon that have been bringing the spacecraft closer to station as we begin the final approach maneuvers, which again are coming up in about 90 seconds from now. During the final phase of the rendezvous by Dragon cargo spacecraft this morning, there will be several checkpoints. If you can imagine the crosshairs on a target, the vertical line is called the R-bar. That's the radial vector, an imaginary line drawn between the International Space Station and the Earth. The horizontal line is called the velocity vector, or V-bar. That's the direction of travel in which the station makes its orbit around the Earth. At the crosshairs of that target is the International Space Station. Again, Dragon will be moving to a point directly below the station on the R-bar, or radial vector. Then we'll move out in a long looping maneuver in front of the station, and then move above the station to a point called waypoint 1. This is where all of the systems will be evaluated by the SpaceX Flight Control Team in Hawthorne, California, and the flight control teams here in Houston. We're currently in a brief loss of signal, which will come back very shortly, but we are getting ready for that burn that should be taking place as we speak. We'll await confirmation. Again, we are awaiting confirmation of a nominal approach initiation burn. That burn usually lasts approximately 90 seconds. And we have the burn underway. It's a good burn so far. The spacecraft is currently firing its Draco thrusters for a big rendezvous maneuver. Once again, the AI burn, or approach initiation burn, is approximately a 90-second burn that starts to bring the Dragon up and under the space station before it moves through its key checkpoints, including crossing the approach ellipsoid and keep out sphere. The Draco thrusters on Dragon were firing for the approach initiation burn when Dragon was about 2.5 kilometers below station and just about 6 kilometers behind it. The AI burn is the final major burn, putting Dragon on an intercepting path, arriving at the space station near the docking axis corridor to take Dragon into its final approach to the forward port of the station's Harmony module. And we have just received confirmation of a nominal approach initiation burn, meaning we are well on our way to docking to the space station.
Houston, onto urine transfer compressor hose is connected to Padacha Dablanya on the EDV. 1290.
Copy all, Sunny. That's a good config. And station Houston on.
With this morning's docking, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Nick Hague will be in the station's cupola, or are in the station's cupola rather, monitoring the arrival of the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft from the International Space Station. This crew will act as an additional human in the loop, or humans in the loop, just in case we need to take control of this vehicle. The Dragon cargo spacecraft will stay docked to the station for approximately 1 month before splashing down and returning critical science and hardware to teams on Earth.
Station Houston, space to ground 2 for Nick and Butch for Dragon.
We're currently in a brief loss of signal, but as we're coming back on the air, we are currently in orbital night. As you can see on the map, you can see Dragon getting very close to the International Space Station in the Pacific Northwest. As we get into some daylight, we'll hopefully have some great views of Dragon as it completes its approach and docking to the International Space Station. That's a good idea. The GPS equipment on Dragon is now targeting a perfect arrival, an earlier arrival at the International Space Station. All of the burns have gone flawlessly to this point, and Dragon systems are in excellent shape. Once again, if you're just joining us, we are live here in Mission Control Houston. The SpaceX 31st Commercial Resupply mission is on its way to the space station. It was timelined a little bit earlier than anticipated. We are currently scheduled to dock at approximately 8:55 a.m. Central, 9:55 a.m. Eastern. We're just less than 19 minutes away from a mid-course burn. This is a very small burn. It essentially fine-tunes the path following the AI burn on its way to waypoint 0. Waypoint 0 is approximately 400 meters below the space station. Once again, the AI mid-course burn is just a small correction to ensure that the spacecraft makes its way to the right port and to the right location on the docking port. A small adjustment that helps us get to waypoint 0, which is a position approximately 400 meters directly below the space station. At this hour, the International Space Station and its 7 crew members are flying approximately 262 miles over the northwest coast of North America on its orbit of the Earth. At the SpaceX Control Center in Hawthorne, California, flight controllers are also watching over the progress of Dragon in the overnight hours on Monday night into this morning, making sure all of the Dragon systems are in excellent shape, which they are as it continues to move into the final phases of its approach for docking to the space station in approximately 37 minutes from now at about 8:55 a.m. Central, 9:55 a.m. Eastern. Dragon, as we mentioned, is carrying some 3 tons of supplies and science experiments to station. Science is, of course, the major objective of the activities aboard the International Space Station. Following the launch of the 31st commercial resupply mission to Dragon to the station on Monday, the science experiments and technology demonstrations on their way for arrival at the complex include studies of solar wind, radiation-tolerant moss, spacecraft materials, and cold welding in space. One of these investigations launching or arriving at the space station this morning is an investigation called CODEX, or the Coronal Diagnostic Experiment. This investigation examines solar wind, creating a globally comprehensive data set to help scientists validate various theories for what heats the solar wind. Solar wind is 1 million degrees hotter than the sun's surface and sends it streaming out at almost 1 million miles per hour. The instrument will take multiple daily measurements that determine the temperature and speed of electrons in solar wind, along with the density information gathered by traditional coronagraphs. When solar wind reaches Earth, it triggers auroras at the poles and can generate space weather storms that sometimes disrupt satellite and land-based communications and even power grids on the ground. Understanding the source of the solar wind could help improve space weather forecasts and response. Another investigation includes a radiation-tolerant experiment called ARTMOS, which uses live Antarctic moss. This investigation will study how some plants better tolerate exposure to radiation and to examine the physical and genetic response of biological systems to the combination of cosmic radiation and microgravity. There's been little research on how these 2 factors together affect plant physiology and performance, and results could help identify biological systems suitable for use in bioregenerative life support systems on future missions. NASA chose the Antarctic moss because the continent receives high levels of radiation from the sun. Its small size, low maintenance, ability to absorb water from the air, and tolerance of harsh conditions make this moss suitable for spaceflight. ArtMoss could also identify genes involved in plant adaptation to spaceflight, which might be engineered to create strains tolerant of deep space conditions. Plants and other biological systems able to withstand extreme conditions of space could also provide food and other necessities in harsh environments on Earth. Another investigation that's flying to the space station this morning is the Atmospheric Space Interactions Monitor, or ASIM. It's an Earth observation facility for the study of severe thunderstorms and their role in Earth's atmosphere and climate. Upper atmospheric lightning, or transient luminous events, occur well above the attitudes of normal lightning and storm clouds. The most common ground-based observations are known as sprites, a manifestation of electrical breakdown in the mesosphere. This investigation improves our knowledge of the effect of dust storms, pollutants from huge cities, forest fires, and volcanoes on cloud formation and electrification. It also helps us understand the intensification of hurricanes and its relation to the eyewall lightning activity. We are less than 12 minutes away from our minor AI mid-course burn. Again, this is a small correction burn to get us to waypoint 0. And right now you are looking at live views from the space station of Dragon. You are looking at live views from Dragon, of the space station as it begins its approach to the docking port. Once again, if you are just joining us, you are seeing live views from the Dragon spacecraft of the International Space Station as it continues its approach to the docking port. Overnight, the rendezvous ops were more efficient than originally timelined, resulting in an earlier approach initiation burn, which took place just a few moments ago. Docking to the orbiting laboratory is now scheduled at approximately 8:55 a.m. Central, 9:55 a.m. Eastern. The Dragon spacecraft will dock autonomously to the forward-facing port of the station's Harmony module, delivering approximately 3 tons of cargo, and it'll spend about 1 month attached to station before returning to Earth. The space station is currently flying just west of Guadalajara as we speak. We are about 13.5 minutes away from getting about 1,000 meters in the proximity of the International Space Station, which you see in your view right now. And in about 30 minutes, we will be about 400 meters below the space station. Over the last several hours following liftoff, Dragon has continued to execute a series of burns, which have gradually raised its orbit to align more closely with the space station. There were 5 major burns before the AI burn this morning, or firings of the Draco thrusters on Dragon, that have been bringing the spacecraft close to the station as we begin the final approach maneuvers. During the final phase of rendezvous by the Dragon cargo spacecraft this morning, there will be several checkpoints. You can see those on your screen. We have completed the approach initiation burn, and we are about 7 minutes away from an AI mid-course burn, which is a small correction burn to bring the Dragon spacecraft closer to the space station. Following that, we will be at waypoint 0, which is about 400 meters away from the space station. And you can see we'll head to waypoint 1, and then waypoint 2, and then finally contact and hard capture. We are monitoring operations live here in Mission Control Houston, along with teams that are in Mission Control at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. Let's talk a little bit about what the approach looks like. If you can imagine the crosshairs on a target, the vertical line is the R-bar, or the radial vector. It's an imaginary line that's drawn between the space station and the Earth. And then we have a horizontal line, which is the velocity vector, or v-bar. That's the direction of travel which the station makes its orbit around the Earth. At the crosshairs of the target is the International Space Station. Again, Dragon will be moving to a point directly below the station on the R-bar, or the radial vector. We're currently in a brief loss of signal, and on your screen you see a map of the Dragon spacecraft currently hovering very close to the International Space Station as we begin or go through the rest of our docking operations this morning. At approximately 7:22 a.m. Central this morning, 8:22 a.m. Eastern, the spacecraft did fire its Draco thrusters for a big rendezvous maneuver. That was the approach initiation burn. That was a 90-second burn that started to bring Dragon up and under the space station before it moves through some of its key checkpoints, or waypoints, including crossing the approach ellipsoid and keep out sphere. The Draco thrusters on the Dragon fired for approximately 90 seconds, as I mentioned, for the approach initiation burn, when Dragon was about 2.5 kilometers below the stations and about 6 kilometers behind it. The AI burn was the final major burn, putting Dragon on an intercepting path, arriving at the space station near the docking access corridor to take Dragon to its final approach to the forward port of the station's Harmony module. And on your screen right now, you see views from the International Space Station of Dragon getting into its path below the space station. The SpaceX Dragon spacecraft supplies cargo to the space station under NASA's Commercial Resupply Services 2 contract. This is the 5th flight of this particular Dragon spacecraft. It previously flew on CRS 21, 23, 25 and 28 cargo missions, with its most recent flight being in June 2023. Once again, this Dragon cargo spacecraft will stay docked to the space station for approximately 1 month before splashing down and returning critical science and hardware to teams on Earth. And once again, we are awaiting the AI, or the approach initiation mid-course burn. This is a very small burn to slightly correct the space station, or the Dragon's trajectory to the space station as it begins one of its final checkpoints. We are less than 7 minutes away from reaching the 1,000 meter mark of the Dragon cargo spacecraft as it approaches the space station, and less than 90 seconds away from the approach initiation mid-course burn. And we are 30 seconds away from that mid-course burn. The spacecraft in your view right now is flying just west of Peru. You can see the space station and Dragon getting closer and closer, with our views being spectacular right now. When Dragon is hard mated to the space station, there is a vacuum tight seal, and it will be pressurized to match the same pressure as the station, pausing periodically for leak checks at the forward port of the Harmony module, which was opened up as a result of the port relocation of the Crew 9 vehicle on Sunday, November 3rd. Once it is pressurized, the crew will be able to open the hatch on the station side and Dragon side, and then will begin operations to unload the cargo, which is currently timelined to come about 2 hours after docking. A couple of umbilicals will also be deployed to get power and data from station to Dragon. This will move Dragon into what's known as acquiescent mode, essentially becoming an integrated piece of station once it's docked. And And we have just received confirmation of a nominal mid-course burn as Dragon continues to make its path and journey to the International Space Station. We are less than 4 minutes away from the Dragon craft being about 1,000 meters below the space station. And we are about 8 minutes away from the go-no-go pull for waypoint 0, which is the next checkpoint as Dragon continues to make its way closer to the space station. And once again, if you are just joining us, you are looking at live views of Dragon as it's coming into your screen as we're working through docking operations that are expected a little bit earlier than anticipated this morning. The Dragon cargo spacecraft will be docking to the orbital outpost at approximately 8:55 a.m. Central, 9:55 a.m. Eastern. Overnight, the rendezvous ops were more efficient than originally planned and timelined, resulting in an earlier approach initiation burn which took place a little while ago. The NASA Flight Control team here in Mission Control Houston and the SpaceX teams in Hawthorne, California entered into integrated operations a short time ago. And as you see the Dragon cargo spacecraft in your view, it is getting closer and closer to the International Space Station, and we are less than 1 minute away from reaching the 1,000 meter point. We are coming up right now on the 1,000 meter mark. This is essentially the first gate as the Dragon cargo spacecraft approaches the International Space Station. It's kind of arching below the space station. We'll soon be getting closer, and we just received.
Station Houston on space to ground 2 for Nick and Butch for Dragon. Dragon range is approximately 1,000 meters. Monitor long range approach per steps 124 and 1.102. Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
That's in work.
And there you heard Capcom or Capsule Communicator Megan Levin speaking to the crew members, Butch Wilmore and Nick Hague, who are monitoring approach of Dragon from the cupola aboard the International Space Station. The Dragon cargo spacecraft is currently approaching the west coast, or is around the west coast of South America, and will soon be passing over Santiago over Chile. On your view, you do see that forward nose cap of the Dragon cargo craft that was opened up to expose the docking mechanism. That will come into play a bit later on this morning as it arrives at the Harmony module for its docking to the space station. Following the launch last night, docking is currently scheduled a little earlier than anticipated for this morning at approximately 8:55 a.m. Central, 9:55 a.m. Eastern. Over the last several hours following liftoff, Dragon has continued to execute a series of burns, which have gradually raised its orbit to align more closely with the space station. We have a beautiful view, clear view of Dragon right over here as we go into a brief period of loss of signal. And there on your screen, you do have our flight control team. Closer to your screen, you have Flight Director Garrett Hain. And to his right, you have Capsule Communicator, or Capcom, Megan Levins.
So we're showing range 680, and that's only on our prop. We don't have a visual that is tracking the Dragon right now.
Houston copies. We zoomed in your SA view, which may be why you lost Dragon on that view right as we lost Case. We'll search for her.
And there you see live views of Dragon as it continues to approach the International Space Station, flying over Argentina. This is SpaceX's 31st commercial resupply mission for NASA to the International Space Station. The SpaceX Dragon spacecraft will deliver new science investigations, food, supplies, and equipment to the international crew. The SpaceX Dragon spacecraft launched atop a Falcon 9 rocket from Launch Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Monday, November 4th at about 8:29 p.m. Central, 9:29 p.m. Eastern. Between launch to docking, we are looking at about a 12.5-hour transit period. Docking once again is scheduled for 8:55 a.m. Central, 9:55 a.m. Eastern this morning. The SpaceX uncrewed Dragon resupply spacecraft will deliver more than 6,000 pounds or 3 tons of scientific research, crew supplies, and hardware to the orbiting laboratory. Some of the hardware includes a potable water dispenser filter to remove iodine from the water before the crew consumes it in food and drink packages, an emergency portable breathing apparatus which provides about 15 minutes of oxygen to crew members in case of an emergency, and a multi-filtration bed supporting the water processor assembly. It's an effort to replace some of the degraded fleet of units in orbit that improve water quality through a single bed. Also delivering some food on this cargo resupply mission, there is one fresh food kit. Crew members love the fresh fruit that is sent up. This includes probably some citrus fruits, some apples, some sweet onion and blueberries and radishes. And as we near into the holiday season with Thanksgiving and Christmas, there is also a holiday bulk overwrap bag or bob bag, including things like lobster, crab, and quail. There's also a cheese kit, including Parmesan cheese, cheddar cheese, and Asiago, crew preference coffee, and 110 BOBs of standard menu and crew preference food and drink. The space station is monitoring the Dragon cargo spacecraft that you see on your screen. We are currently over the South Atlantic, just off the coast of South America. We are less than 5 minutes from waypoint 0, which is approximately 400 meters below the space station. The 31st Commercial Resupply Services mission to the...
At the correct range, played on our pop with a good attitude.
And that was Butch Wilmore in the cupola, just confirming nominal attitude of the Dragon cargo spacecraft as it approaches the International Space Station this morning. Once again, we are less than 4 minutes away from the space station hitting waypoint 0. That is the checkpoint that is approximately 400 meters below the space station. And we are about 3 minutes out from the waypoint 0 burn, which will bring us 400 meters below the space station. It's not. This 31st Commercial Resupply Services cargo Dragon that is headed to the space station this morning is the first cargo vehicle for Expedition 72. Expedition 72 began on September 23, 2024 and ends in approximately spring 2025. The orbital residents have continued to explore a variety of space phenomena to benefit humans on and off Earth, including pharmaceutical manufacturing, advanced life support systems, genetic sequencing and microgravity, and more. Expedition 72 includes crew that's up on station, which are NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Nick Hague, who are monitoring the arrival of the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft from the International Space Station this morning. And then we also have NASA astronauts and Commander Sunny Williams, NASA astronaut Don Pettit, Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexei Ovchinin, Ivan Wagner, and Alexander Gorbanov.
Houston Station showing 400 meters in good attitude.
Copy, that's good report.
And you just heard that call out. We can see live views of Dragon cargo spacecraft. The spacecraft is currently 400 meters directly below the International Space Station. With Dragon now 400 meters below the space station, it is at waypoint 0, which is the first checkpoint during our approach. The vehicle doesn't necessarily pause at waypoint 0. It just continues on as all systems check out on its path to the docking port. Waypoint 0 is also inside the approach ellipsoid, but outside the keep-out sphere. The two safety zones around the station that requires sets of go, no-go poles with the different control teams. And if you are just joining us, we are looking at the journey that the Dragon cargo spacecraft will make as it begins or makes contact with the International Space Station this morning. And you are looking at live views of the Dragon cargo spacecraft. This is the 31st Commercial Resupply Services mission to the International Space Station. Currently, both Dragon and the International Space Station are flying over the South Atlantic, approaching the coast of southern West Africa. Our next checkpoint on the journey of Dragon as it makes its way to the International Space Station is Waypoint 1. That is 220 meters away from the International Space Station, and that is coming up in less than 12 minutes. The Dragon cargo spacecraft just passed Waypoint 1, or Waypoint 0, as it makes its approach to Waypoint 1. Waypoint 1, once again, is 220 meters below the space station. Waypoint 0 is inside the approach ellipsoid, but outside the keep out sphere. The two safety zones around the space station that require a set of go-no-go poles with the different flight control teams. The first zone, called the approach ellipsoid, is an imaginary shape measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. It's essentially a large 3-dimensional oval. Before Dragon is given permission to move inside this ellipsoid, referred to by teams as the AE, it is configured to be on what is known as the 24-hour safe trajectory. This means that if Dragon lost all control to its thrusters, it would be at least 24 hours before its orbital path would take it inside the approach ellipsoid. Once again, you are looking at live views right now of the Dragon cargo spacecraft with its nose cone deployed as it continues its approach to the International Space Station. The Dragon cargo spacecraft and the International Space Station are currently flying south of Africa. Once again, if you are just joining us, this is Mission Control Houston. We are live in the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center as we continue our coverage of SpaceX's 31st Commercial Resupply mission for NASA to the International Space Station. Overnight, the rendezvous ops were more efficient than originally timelined, resulting in an earlier approach initiation burn. Docking is slightly earlier than we had stated this morning. It is now currently targeted for approximately 8:50 a.m. Central, 9:50 a.m. Eastern. The Dragon cargo spacecraft you see on your screen right now is approximately The spacecraft is about 324 meters away from the space station as it continues its approach towards waypoint 1. And waypoint 1 is about 220 meters below the International Space Station. We are about 7 minutes away from the go, no-go pull to waypoint 1. And again, waypoint 1 will just bring us as another checkpoint as it brings us closer to the International Space Station. And if you see that beautiful view right in front of you right now, this is a view from Dragon of the International Space Station as Dragon continues its approach.
Station Houston on space to ground 2. Dragon is transmitting docking camera video. Please confirm video and data updating in Dragon docking monitor.
Video confirmed.
Great news.
There on your screen to the right, you see Flight Director Garrett Hain and Capcom Megan Levins, who just communicated to Butch Wilmore, that is monitoring the approach of Dragon to the International Space Station this morning. Again, the view that you can see on your screen right now is coming to you live from the Dragon spacecraft of the International Space Station. We are about 5 minutes away from the go, no-go pull for waypoint 1, which will get us to about 220 meters away from the space station. The Dragon cargo spacecraft will be docking to the forward port of Harmony on the space station, and the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft supplies cargo to the International Space Station under the NASA Commercial Resupply Services 2 contract. This is the 5th flight of this particular Dragon. It previously flew on CRS 21, 23, 25, and 28 cargo missions, with its most recent flight being in June 2023. The views you are seeing live now are coming from the International Space Station as we monitor the approach of the Dragon cargo spacecraft.
Houston, maybe you're aware, but we also have lost the station view again. View of Dragon from station. Just now coming in.
We read your mind.
So on 2 for MSG.
With you, Sunny, on 2.
What if I get steps 1 through 5 done and get the MSG pulled out and ready to go for the for the things that we're going to do to it.
Hey, Sunny, yeah, you can go ahead and get started on that if you'd like.
No problem.
And there you just heard the voice of NASA astronaut and Commander Sunny Williams. She is currently conducting science aboard the space station as NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Butch Wilmore monitor the approach of the Dragon cargo spacecraft to the International Space Station. To the right of your screen, you are seeing live views from the International Space Station of the Dragon cargo spacecraft as it continues to make its approach. And we are less than 2 minutes away from that go, no-go poll for waypoint 1. And we are heading into an orbital sunset, as you can see the darkness coming up on the horizon of the right side of your screen. And to the left of your screen, you see views once again from the Dragon spacecraft of the International Space Station coming through as well. Once again, this morning the docking is scheduled for approximately 8:50 a.m. Central, 9:50 a.m. Eastern. The SpaceX Dragon cargo spacecraft will dock autonomously to the forward-facing port of the station's Harmony module and spend about 1 month attached to station before returning to Earth. This morning, the cargo spacecraft will be delivering approximately 3 tons of cargo to the International Space Station, including food, supplies, and science. We are just awaiting that go, no-go poll for waypoint 1.
Station East on space to ground 2 for Dragon. MCCH is go for Dragon to approach to waypoint 2.
Copy, go.
And you just heard that call out live. That was the approach or go to approach waypoint 2. Waypoint 2 is about 20 meters away from the International Space Station. But before we get to waypoint 2, we are actually about Just over 7 minutes away from hitting waypoint 1, and once again, waypoint 1 is the spot approximately 220 meters directly in front of the space station, which places Dragon on the docking axis directly in front of the docking port. Dragon will continue to creep along the docking corridor as it approaches the port. The docking axis arrival, which is waypoint 1, essentially means that it is directly in front of the docking port. The spacecraft is headed to the forward port on the Harmony module. Harmony, or Node 2, is where both of the international docking adapters are located. These were installed for new commercial spacecraft.
The station camera just went to a red screen.
And you caught us in the middle of getting you an even better view, so stand by.
And you heard that views coming in. On your view, you see we are in orbital nighttime, but you can see Dragon approaching the International Space Station. And once again, we are under 7 minutes away, 6.5 minutes away from waypoint 1. The docking port, or Node 2, is where both of the international docking adapters are located. These were installed for new commercial spacecraft flights and any other future spacecraft that will also use the international docking standard. If everything looks good, Dragon will continue to move through waypoint 1 and cross the keep out sphere on its way to waypoint 2. Once again, waypoint 2 is the final stop, just about 20 meters in front of the space station. It will pause here for about a minute to ensure alignment before resuming the approach and closing in for contact and capture. Good morning. If you're just joining us, this is Mission Control Houston. We are live in the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we continue our coverage of SpaceX's 31st commercial resupply mission for NASA to the International Space Station. We are now awaiting the vehicle to approach waypoint 1, which is about 220 meters below or directly in front of the docking port by the space station. Docking of the cargo spacecraft to the International Space Station is currently targeted for approximately 8:50 a.m. Central, 9:50 a.m. Eastern. The SpaceX Dragon spacecraft will dock autonomously to the forward-facing port of the station's Harmony module and will spend about a month attached to station before returning to Earth. The spacecraft launched atop a Falcon 9 rocket from Launch Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida yesterday night, Monday, November 4th at 8:29 p.m. Central. This is SpaceX's 31st commercial resupply mission for NASA to the International Space Station. SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft will deliver around 3 tons of new science investigations, food, supplies, and equipment to the international crew.
Station Houston on space to ground 2 for Dragon status.
Go ahead.
Just want to give you a heads up, at waypoint 2, Dragon will hold for approximately 2 minutes. We anticipate from a previous experience, docking lighting will be dark at about 20 meters, but we'll get that backlight good for you at about 10 meters. So also give us time to do a georeflector assessment.
Okay, copy all. Still no ISS video.
Copy, Butch. We'll check into it.
And there you heard, once we approach waypoint 2, we will hold for approximately 2 minutes. But right now, the view on your screen is what the NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Nick Hague are seeing from the cupola. They are monitoring the live docking of the Dragon cargo spacecraft as it continues to approach the International Space Station. So you see in front of you these crosshairs on the target. The vertical line is called the R bar.
Houston on 2 for docking video. We've restarted the streaming service. Please let me know if you still don't have video.
Hey, we do. It just popped up. Thanks.
Excellent.
And the crew continues to communicate various updates as we continue our approach to the International Space Station. As I was saying, the vertical line is called the R bar or radial vector. This is an imaginary line drawn between the International Space Station and Earth. The horizontal line that you see on your screen is the velocity vector or V bar. That's the direction of travel in which the station makes its orbit around the Earth. At the crosshairs of that target in front of you is the International Space Station. Again, Dragon will be moving to a point directly below the station on the R bar or the radial vector. We've then moved into a long looping maneuver in front of the space station and then above to a waypoint 1, which is just coming up as we speak. We will await confirmation. And there we heard it. We are nominal at waypoint 1 and we are less than 11 minutes away from waypoint 2. Waypoint 2 is about 20 meters away from the docking port on the International Space Station.
Houston confirming approach to the live point.
Gabrielle?
And if you are just joining us, we are covering the 31st commercial resupply mission to the International Space Station. You can see right now on the right side of your screen views from the International Space Station of the Dragon cargo spacecraft as it continues to make its approach to the orbital outpost. And to the left side of your screen, you can actually see the astronauts' view from the cupola as they monitor docking operations from the International Space Station. The green and red lights that you see here show the port and the starboard side of the Dragon cargo spacecraft, giving visual reference of the spacecraft. The flashing light is another visual aid that helps to monitor the spacecraft as we are in orbital nighttime. The Dragon cargo spacecraft, as well as the International Space Station, are currently, as I mentioned, in orbital nighttime just off the coast of India. We are under 13 minutes away from the docking of the Dragon cargo spacecraft, but before that we have a couple of arrivals and checkpoints that need to take place. The first checkpoint is actually a go/no-go poll for docking. That is coming up in just about 5 minutes from now. In about 7 minutes from now, we have the arrival of waypoint 2. Waypoint 2 brings us to 20 meters away from the space station.
Steps 5 and 6 have been reviewed and we're ready for docking.
Houston copies.
And we are about 3 minutes away from that go/no-go docking poll, and you just heard NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore confirmed that the crew is ready to receive the Dragon cargo spacecraft as it continues to make its approach to the International Space Station this morning. If you're just joining us this morning, we are under 4 minutes away from the Waypoint 2 arrival this morning. Waypoint 2 is just 20 meters away from the International Space Station. These are just some of the final stages and poles of Dragon's rendezvous with the space station. This is also the approximate time where we start the integrated operations, or where we've begun rather the integrated operations between the Dragon control team in Hawthorne and the space station flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston. The teams will transition into integrated operations roughly 45 minutes prior to approach initiation, which has already happened this morning, and SpaceX flight control teams are working in tandem with the NASA team here in Mission Control Houston to activate and test out a number of systems on Dragon, including setting up the data stream from Dragon to station, which we've seen views of this morning, giving another path for Dragon telemetry to come out to the ground, and giving an additional command capability to astronauts aboard the station. They've also maneuvered Dragon to the proper attitude and initialized the navigation sensors used for the methodical approach to the space station. We are less than 64 meters away from the International Space Station, with the arrival at Waypoint 2, the 20-meter mark, in less than 2 minutes. And Dragon's mechanism is configured for docking this morning, with the Waypoint 2 arrival coming up in just about 90 seconds from now. And in the meantime, we see on our screens now NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Butch Wilmore, who are monitoring operations as Dragon continues to approach the International Space Station this morning. And there you see in the crosshairs, as the crew continues to monitor, you are seeing views of the hatch from the Dragon spacecraft as it continues its approach to the International Space Station. We are about 35 meters away from the approach, with docking scheduled in just under 6 minutes from now. We are just coming up on the arrival at Waypoint 2. That is the 20-meter mark. 30 seconds to Waypoint 2 coming up right now. With 19 meters away from the International Space Station, we just passed Waypoint 2, which is the final stop in front of the space station, and as mentioned earlier, we will pause here for approximately 2 minutes to ensure alignment before resuming the approach and closing in for contact and capture. We are inside the keep-out sphere, and the spacecraft continues to focus on aligning its docking system with the docking adapter. Dragon will then fly in and make contact with the docking adapter, giving us what we call
Houston on Space to Ground 2 for Dragon video. We're going to be swapping your ISS view on your SSC, so just a heads up that's coming. Also, this camera is known to have poor during eclipse, so be aware that it may be dark.
Copy. Vehicle mode is hold.
Copy, hold.
On the right side of your screen, you are looking at the forward port or the barrel of the Harmony module that was just vacated less than 48 hours ago as the Crew 9 vehicle was moved from this forward-facing port to the Zenith port aboard the International Space Station. Once again, we are less than 20 meters, about 19.8 meters away from the International Space Station, and we are holding at waypoint 2 as we continue our coverage this morning of the Commercial Resupply Services mission, the 31st one, to the International Space Station. And we are inside the 20-meter mark as we continue to approach for docking. Again, that docking will take place in less than 4 minutes from now.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2 for Dragon. Dragon is on final approach and is go for docking. Monitor per steps 5 and 6 in 1.102. Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
Station Wilco.
Just before docking this morning, you will hear the call for CHOP, which is the crew handoff point, telling the crew not to send any commands at that point. The capture ring on Dragon will interact with the international docking adapter on Node 2. Node 2 is the forward port of the space station and will receive the initial capture. And we are inside 15 meters with the crew handoff point coming up in less than 3 minutes. Dragon has 12 hooks, 2 sets of 6 hooks that will then engage for a hard capture. This docking mechanism ensures the interface is flush and allows the first set of 6 hooks followed by the second set of 6 hooks. This takes approximately 13 minutes. And there on your screen, you see NASA astronaut Nick Hague in the red shirt and NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore in the blue shirt towards the back of the screen. They are currently in the laboratory portion of the International Space Station as they continue to monitor the approach of the Dragon cargo spacecraft, which is less than 7 meters away from docking to the International Space Station this morning. We are at 5 meters and nominal at this point, and we are approaching the crew handoff point in less than 30 seconds.
2 meters hands off.
And there you heard the call out for the crew handoff point. We are less than 2 meters away from being perfectly aligned and docking to the International Space Station. We are standing by currently for contact and capture.
Station Houston, Dragon contact and soft capture complete.
And there you heard it, contact and capture. Docking took place this morning at 8:52 a.m. Central Time, 9:52 a.m. Eastern, as the space station was flying over southeast Russia.
Station Houston on 2, ring retraction in progress.
Station copy.
The docking ring is retracting right now to pull the two interfaces between the Dragon cargo spacecraft and the space station close together so they are flush. And on your screen right now, you see NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore, who is one of the two crew members this morning monitoring operations of SpaceX's 31st commercial resupply mission to the International Space Station. Once again, contact and capture docking took place this morning at 8:52 a.m. Central, 9:52 a.m. Eastern, as the space station was flying over southeast Russia. Once the 12 hooks on the docking mechanism or on Dragon are hard mated, there will be a series of leak checks that will be performed, and about 2 hours after that we will have the hatch open on the Dragon and space station side so crew can begin unloading that precious cargo that arrived to the International Space Station.
Station Houston on space to ground 2 for Dragon. Ring retraction complete. Docking sequence is holding for MCS reconfiguration.
Okay, yep, we're standing by.
The ring retraction is now completed. And the stage is set now for the first set of 6 hooks to begin to close, followed by the second set of 6 hooks.
Station Houston 2 for Dragon. MCS configured, proceeding with hook driving.
Station copy.
And with that, we had confirmation that the first set of hooks are beginning to drive, attaching And if you are just joining us this morning, this is Mission Control Houston. We are live in the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we've continued our coverage of SpaceX's 31st commercial resupply mission for NASA to the International Space Station. Contact and capture took place this morning at 8:52 a.m. Central Time, 9:52 a.m. Eastern, as the space station was flying over southeast Russia. Dragon has 2 sets of 6 hooks. That first set of 6 hooks are engaging as we speak for a hard capture. And we just received confirmation that the first set of 6 hooks have closed. We will await for the second set of 6 hooks. This operation takes approximately 13 minutes overall, so we will stand by. And here you have views of inside the International Space Station. You can see 4 crew members, NASA crew members in your view. Sort of to the right of your screen, the black curly hair that's floating there, that's NASA astronaut and Commander Sunny Williams. In front of her with the red shirt, that is NASA astronaut Nick Hague. To his left or behind him, you will see NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore. And way out in the distance, someone looks like they're having a snack. That is NASA astronaut Don Pettit. So 4 of our 7 crew members aboard the International Space Station are currently in our view. Butch Wilmore and Nick Hague have continued to monitor operations as Dragon has approached the space station this morning.
Station Houston on Space Ground 2 for Dragon. Hard capture is complete.
Outstanding. Good hard capture. Welcome aboard, Dragon. Nice to have you aboard.
Just want to say thank you to SpaceX, the International Space Station program, the Commercial Crew program for bringing us honey.
And you just heard that the crew is excited to receive its cargo and supplies, including the honey that Sunny Williams just mentioned. With Dragon now hard mated to the space station, there is a vacuum-tight seal. It will be pressurized to match the same pressure as station, pausing periodically for leak checks at the forward port of the Harmony module, which was opened up as a result of the port relocation of Crew 9 on Sunday, November 3rd. Once it is pressurized, the crew will be able to open the hatch on the station side and Dragon side, and then begin operations to unload the cargo, which is currently timelined.
In Houston Station on 2 for ingress part 1.
With you, Nick, on 2.
Yeah, I'm just going to be on standby waiting for your guys' go. Do you have an idea of how long you're going to want to delay?
I'm checking.
You just heard NASA astronaut Nick Hague going through some of the procedures as they continue to go through the pressurization and leak check operation that's taking place right now. Once again, the unloading of the cargo is currently timelined to come about 2 hours from now. And a couple of umbilicals will also be deployed to get power and data from station to Dragon. This will move Dragon into what's known into acquiescent mode, essentially becoming integrated as a part of the space station once it has been docked, which took place once again this morning at 8.
Nick, it'll take us just a couple of minutes to get configured, and then we'll be ready.
Okay. Any issues with me doing the teardown ops for the sliver activities that are just after the part 1?
No issues with that. Nick, your go for teardown now.
Great, good work.
And Station Houston on 2 for Butch.
Yes, go ahead.
So I wanted to give you a heads up on your rescheduled PMC. We're looking at 16:45 for that if it works for you.
Yeah, that's fine.
And on 2 for recycle tank drain.
And Sunny, you must be reading my mind. You are going step 7.
In work.
All right, this view is coming to you live of the Dragon cargo spacecraft. This is NASA and SpaceX's 31st commercial resupply services mission to the International Space Station. Following its launch last night, the SpaceX Dragon cargo spacecraft for the 31st mission docked about 13 minutes ago at 8:52 a.m. Central, 9:52 a.m. Eastern, as the space station was traveling over southeast Russia. After the crew conducts some leak checks at the docking interface between Dragon and Harmony, the station crew will open up the Dragon's hatch and begin unloading the nearly 3 tons of scientific research.
And we are go for ingress part 1 at this time, and we'd actually prefer to get that in work before the tools tear down, if that works for you.
Yep, moving that way.
And you're just hearing about some of the preparations that the crew is currently undergoing to perform those leak checks. After they conduct the leak checks, they will be able to unload the nearly 3 tons of scientific research, crew supplies, and hardware that are being delivered this morning. The spacecraft will then stay docked to the orbiting lab for about a month before splashing down off the coast of Florida and returning that critical science and hardware to teams here on Earth. Again, thank you so much for joining us this morning as we follow the rendezvous and docking.
UPA fill drain valve is in the process position.
Once again, thank you for joining us this morning as we follow the rendezvous and docking of the Dragon cargo spacecraft for SpaceX's 31st commercial resupply mission for NASA to the International Space Station.
Red.
This is Mission Control Houston.
Copy all, Sunny. That's a good config.
Station on 2, note 2, forward hatch open.
Copy all, Nick.
Houston, looking for your go in 2.2.
Stand by, Nick. And Nick, you are go in step 2.2.
Station Arm 2, ingress Part 1.
With you, Nick, on 2, but I did not copy.
Yep, I closed the valve at 1514.
Copy 1514. Station Houston on space to ground 2 for Nick.
Neon 2.
Yes, Nick, we didn't quite see the pressure we were expecting when you actuated the valve. We'd like you to reactuate the valve for about 5 to 10 seconds.
Be 5 to 10 seconds more.
Good copy.
Roger on 2.
With you, Nick, on 2, and we see good pressure now. Appreciate it.
We'll station on 2.
We're with you, Don.
Yes, MSG has a new Delta 4 threaded insert, and I tested it with one of the little knurled thumb screws, and it works really well.
Copy. Great news. Thanks, Don.
And for OSO, when I removed the threaded insert, there were no metal shards or shavings. There was a few crumbs from the non-releasable Loctite. Other than that, it came right out. And we had the vacuum cleaner out, and we got it all cleaned up.
And we copied just what we wanted to hear. Thank you.
and use it on 2. Just want to let you know for the TAO event later today, I'll be using Gem Cam 2. 1 is being used already.
Copy, Butch. Thanks for the heads up. Station Houston on space to ground 2 for Dragon Ingress Part 2 for Nick and Sunny.
We're with you.
All right, first, Nick, wanted to let you know leak checks are complete, so you're go to step into Ingress Part 2. You have in Step 6 an activity to take GSC samples. Sunny, you also have an activity on your timeline to take Anita samples, and Alex also has an activity on his timeline to take samples as well. We would like to do all the sampling at the same time in Step 6 of Nick's procedure. How copy?
Yep, copy. When I get to 6, I'll get Alex and Sunny right next to me, and we'll sample all simultaneously.
Copy. Appreciate the efficiency.
confirmation on 2 for ingress.
With you, Nick, on 2.
That just brings up step 4.1. The APAS hatch is open and no condensation inside the PMA. The IDA.
Copy all.
station on 2 for ingress.
With you, Nick, on 2.
Yeah, I'm in step 4.9.2. The aldehyde detectors were negative. Photos are on SSC 17.
Copy and concur, Nick. You're go to proceed in 4.9.2.
Copy. So I'm ready for final Dragon hatch equalization.
Station Houston on 2 for Nick. Stand by for equalization. Expected to take 3 minutes.
Copy, 3 minutes.
Station Houston on space to ground 2 for Nick. Equalization in Dragon is complete. You are go in step 5.2.
Copy. Houston Station on 2, Dragon hatch open at 16:18.
Copy 1618.
station on 2 for him.
With you on 2.
Yep, Sunny's in there finishing up the last of the 3 samples. I used grab sample 2048 and initial observations, everything looks good inside. I didn't see any obvious condensation. I'll give it a closer look and let you know if anything's different.
Copy all, sounds good.
Nick on 2 for Anita.
With you on 2, Sunny.
Okay, the sample bag is connected to port on the Anita.
And we copy. Thanks, Sunny.
Houston station on 2 for ingress.
With you, Nick, on 2.
I've got the IMV duct installed and it's ready for activation.
Copy all, we'll put that in work.
Houston on 2 for the upcoming PAO event.
With you, Butch, on 2.
Yeah, I'm going to set the login for some video up to me on VCTV, and I'm logging that into SSC 15 in the gym. I'm logged in. Whenever you got time, you can test it and see if it works, or we'll just wait till 30 minutes prior like the note said.
And Butch, if you want to give BME TV a call, we have that view available and we can get it for you.
Okay, I log VC into BME TV. What do I need to do from there? Just under new contact, select BME_TV.
That's the one.
Okay, I've done that. See, NASA Johnson Space Center, Houston, Texas. That's probably a good sign.
You've reached the right place.
Outstanding.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2 for Dragon.
You're on 2.
Hey Nick, in step 7.6 for your time required to wear PPE, we have that until 17:15. That's 1715.
Copy 1715, PPE inside Dragon until then.
Good copy.
Houston Station on 2 with teleprompter question.
With you, Don, on 2?
Yeah, I'm looking at the text for teleprompter message from Optimus, and I was expecting some kind of link that would flap it into the teleprompter. And I opened the teleprompter software, and I can't. I thought maybe there's a way to go to Optimus to get the text. So I have no idea how to get the text message into the teleprompter.
Stand by, Don, we're checking. And back with you on 2, Don. Best help I can provide is to try to copy the text from the Optimus line and paste it into the teleprompter and see if that gets it for you.
I already tried that, and there doesn't seem to be any editing tools that allow me to highlight the text and do a copy.
And Don, back with you on 2. We're scratching our heads down here on this one. One thing we've come up with is to try opening the Jedi message itself and see if you can copy and paste from there. But you've stumped us a little bit.
Okay, I'll go looking for the Jedi message. If I can't figure out how to get it in, I'll just wing it. I've read the teleprompter message, and I'm not good at teleprompters anyway, so I think what I'll do is I'll just talk off the top of my head and cover the major points in the recorded message for the teleprompter.
Sounds good, Don.
And Houston Station on 2, Dragon forward hatch configuration complete.
Copy all, Nick. Station Houston on space to ground 2 for Nick and Dragon cargo.
Down 2.
Hey Nick, I know you're about to get started on some cargo ops along with Don and Sunny, but wanted to give you a heads up. We have a small delta for you in a stowage location in steps 9 and 16. Let me know when you'd like to copy those and we'll read them up.
I'm ready.
All right, this will be for steps 9.06 and 16.05. And the stowage location there is still in Col 1, Alpha 1, but the locker location will be Juliet 2.
Okay, so 9.06, 16.05 is going to Columbus Alpha 1, Juliet 2.
That's good readback.
Huntsville Station on 2 for biomonitor.
Huntsville's is he on 2?
Yeah, I just wanted to check in to see if it'd be possible to do my 1835 activity now.
Let us check on that for you and we'll get back to you.
Thank you.
And Nick, Huntsville on 2, you are go to do that biomonitor activity whenever you want.
Okay, great. I'll get started right now.
Station Houston on space to ground 2 for Butch. We're ready for the scene and voice check for the PAO event when you are.
Setting it up now.
Butch, we're ready for the 10 count. Copy the 10 count, Butch. Stand by. We're just assessing the scene. And Butch, the scene's a little dark. Would it be possible to get more light on your left-hand side?
All the lights are maxed. How about I'll do them on this side too? Better.
All right, Butch, that looks good. Appreciate it. That's a good scene and voice.
on 2 with questions for both drop ball and ice cubes.
Hey, Don, Munich's with you on 2.
Yes, where do I find a small Romanian flag? And then for ice cubes, it's half CTP 4423. There's only 2 ice cubes in there. One is called ice cube number 22, and one is called ice cube number 11. And it specifically calls out ice cube number 17 and ice cube number 9, and those are not in the CTP.
And Don, we copy and checking.
Okay, and I am going to start setting up for the drop call recorded message. Do you want me to record it on the 705 up here, or is this a downlinked message?
And Don, it will be a recorded message using the 705.
See that? So I'll put a card in there and record the message. And again, let me know where the Romanian flag is located, the small Romanian flag, and then what to do about ice cube number 9 and ice cube number 17. I found the CTB right where the stowage note said in end cone overhead aft, and there's only a couple of cables in there. There's no bubble wrap to put to ice cube experiments that are coming out of ice cubes.
And Don, we copy, and we'll get you an answer shortly.
Copy that, and I think another PAO event is getting set up to go on here, and we may need to move to a different space to ground. So let me know which space to ground we should move to.
And Don, with you on 2, just for some clarity here, we will not be using a space to ground for it. It'll just be a recorded audio via the 705.
Copy that. I'll give you a couple of takes. Be advised, I'm not really good at reading from a teleprompter, so I'm planning to just get the essence of the teleprompt message in a free-form dialogue.
And copy that. That sounds good to us. Station Munich on 2 for Dawn and answers to your questions.
Station Houston on 2 for PPE. The clock has expired. You no longer need it in Node 2. Station Houston on 2 for Butch. Just wanted to confirm that you've got good video, and we are go for an on-time start.
Munich, station on 2 for ice cubes. Copy that. Moving to 3.
Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
We are ready for the event.
Tennessee Tech University, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is President Phil Oldham at Tennessee Tech University. How do you hear me?
Dr. Oldham, I got you loud and clear. How me?
It's awesome.
Fantastic. Hey, looks like you got a room full of purple down there. Love it.
Yeah. So it's good to talk to you, Barry. We got, as you can tell, we've got a big group of tech students here, all in purple, and they're excited to ask you some questions. But let me just jump in here real quick. First of all, it looks like you're doing well. Hope you are.
Oh, doing great. Yeah, no complaints here at all. When you're in space, you can't help but do well.
That's great. So, as you no doubt know, this is election day here, and some of them were curious. How do you get to vote? How do you do that? What's the process for you being able to vote?
Yes, absolutely. Voting, you bet. I voted. Actually voted early a couple of weeks ago. So got my ballot in and make sure that mine got counted.
Well, I'm sure it will make all the difference. So tell us real quick, just what's all this stuff around you that we're able to see?
Oh, my goodness. This is the Japanese experimental module, the GEM. Actually, this is my home because we came up here and stayed longer than expected, as you probably know. I actually am living right here in the corner. I now have an open crew quarters, but now that we have the SpaceX cargo spacecraft came up today, brought some stuff, and I'll be moving in there this weekend. But this is where I've been living. So actually, this is my home.
That's awesome. Well, I'm going to turn it over to these students that are already fired up. They're excited to ask you some questions, and we're going to start out with Faith.
Hey there,
Outstanding.
Captain.
Faith, what do you got?
So
fantastic.
I wanted to ask you, what are you doing up there, Captain?
What am I doing? Oh, goodness. How long you got? Well, a little bit of
20
everything.
minutes.
We've got a lot of science we're taking care of. Of course, this is home. You got to clean your house. Things break. You have to fix things with break. You know, just like I'm sure that many of you have had your toilet go down and break, and you've had to fix it. Well, it happens up here too, and we have to fix it. So all those things, you name it, anything you do in your home plus science, I mean, it's all taking place up here.
Hi. My name is Samantha, and my question for you is, how do you sleep?
Samantha, how do I sleep? What? Well, you know what? Let me just show you. Since this is where I live, there's my sleeping bag, and I crawl in it and zip it up, so I'm nice and warm, and just strap it to the ceiling, strap it to the floor, and kind of hang out in mid-space and just float there. And that's it's very, very comfortable. Very comfortable. Good question. Hey, good place to have this too.
That looks very cozy. The next question, do you ever get claustrophobic or tired being up there? Tired of living in a small space?
No, not me. Never got claustrophobic in my life. Small spaces were always kind of fun when I was a kid. Getting the small ones and actually in between chair legs and all that. Always loved it. So no, the good Lord wired me different, I guess.
Hi, my name's Cameron, and my question is, do you shower?
Cameron, do I shower? Usually every day when I'm on Earth. But up here, it's a different story. You have to take a towel bath. Wet a towel, put soap in it, wipe yourself off, put another towel, put water in it, wipe the soap off, and then dry it off. So yeah, it's very different. I haven't had a full-up bath in 5 months.
My name's Kobe. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee. I think mine's the most important question is, how is the food on the International Space Station?
I tell you, I don't think that I've ever had any food that I didn't like, and the space station food is outstanding. A total variety of flavors and items to choose from. Tonight, I think I might have lasagna and some vegetarian chili. We'll see. It's good stuff.
Hi, my name is Elena. I'm from Cookeville, Tennessee, and my question is, what food do you miss?
I said, say it one more time, Elena. I didn't hear that.
What food do you miss?
What food do I miss? Well, you know, when you're in a place like this, it's such a unique environment. There's no reason to miss anything. Take advantage of what you have here. So the food that we have here, I enjoy. But I tell you what, I'm able to get the SEC network, and I've seen some commercials with this chicken sandwich with pimento cheese and honey and jalapenos. That looks pretty tasty. I think I'll have me one of those when I get back.
Hello, my name is Bryn, and my question for you is, how do you work out or keep fit in space?
You can tell I've been working out. Outstanding. Thank you for that compliment. So, yes, we do have a resistive exercise device. It's got a vacuum cylinders, and you can change the position of the cylinder inside that, or the piston inside that cylinder, and you can set different weights. And it's just almost like working out on Earth. We can do squats and deadlifts and bench press and bicep curls and everything. So it's really, really great. We also have a treadmill. We put a harness on. It pulls us down and keeps us attached to the treadmill, and also a bicycle that we ride. So it's we work out 2.5 hours a day every single day. So it's great to stay in shape and a great way to stay fit.
Hello, my name is Jacob, and my question is, how much time have you spent in space?
How much time have I spent in space? Okay, let's see here. Let me add this up. I looked at this the other day. I think this is on this mission is day 154 or 155. And total time in space, I think I'm over 330 days, 330-something days to date. So with more to go.
Hi, my name is Lexi. I'm from Carthage, Tennessee. And my question for you is, are you able to keep in touch with friends and family?
Lexi from Carthage. You know why? All my family, my mom and my dad grew up in Carthage, and that's where we always went to visit our relatives, and many of them still live there. So I'm very familiar with Carthage. And I'm sorry, say your question again.
Are you able to keep in touch with your friends and family?
Oh, absolutely. NASA does a great job to give us the opportunity when we have a certain coverage within the electromagnetic spectrum to actually make phone calls and actually can do a video. Amazing. When I was up here 10 years ago, that was kind of hard, but now we can stay in touch fairly easily, which is fantastic.
Hi, my name is Nicholas. I'm from Chattanooga.
Hi, my name's Nicholas. I'm from Chattanooga, Tennessee. And my question is, what steps did you take to become an astronaut?
Nicholas, goodness, what steps did I take? Okay, let's see here. It's a building block. It's a foundation. You got to start way early. And I can tell you, one of the biggest benefits to me that actually wound up to put me on this spot where I'm at right now was where you are right now. It was Tennessee Tech. It was the rigor of the classroom and also I played football as well, and balancing those together gave me a wonderful foundation going forward. So you're in the best spot to do whatever you desire to do right there at Tech, guaranteed.
Hi, my name is Elijah, and I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee. And my question is it cold or hot in space?
Well, it depends on where you are. If you're inside the space station, Elijah, we set the temperature just like you do in your house. But if you're outside the space station, like on a spacewalk, the temperature varies from like minus 270 to plus 270 if you're in the sunshine or the shade. So it all varies. And that's why we have that suit on, to keep us cool when we're on the hot side of the earth, where the sun side, and keep us warm when we're on the other side, away from the sun. So the temperature swings are enormous out there, but in here, it's very comfortable.
Hey, my name is Alex, and my question is, do you ever get to see the moon pass by the windows?
Alex, do I get to see the moon outside the windows? You know, I left these windows open so you can see the solar rays. I'll tell you what I'll do. They may get mad at me, but I'm going to do it anyway. I don't see the moon out there, but you can see the Earth, and you can see the solar arrays. Yeah, I don't see the moon now. The moon is up. It's just not out this side of the space station where you can see it. You can see the sun, though, shining there bright. That's a bad view of my bedroom. You get a good close-up of my face there. So let me tell you this. You see how puffy my face is? That is because the fluid shifts in your body. There's no gravity to pull the fluid from your head. So some people have with that one. So the fluid stays all over my body, including makes it a little puffy in the face. So maybe uninteresting information for you. Let me fix the camera a little better. Sorry we didn't see the moon, but we saw a little bit. Are we still with them?
Hi, my name is Callie. I'm from Pleasant View, Tennessee. My question is, what is the coolest thing you have seen in space?
Wow, yeah. I don't know that I can pick one. Anytime you look out the window, it's pretty amazing. The aurora borealis, the aurora australis, the electromagnetic field interacting with the atmosphere as neutrons and radiation from the sun come in. The atmosphere is pretty amazing. Just to see the variety of the Earth from above, deserts blending into forests, blending into oceans. It's just thrilling. There's not one thing. I could go on and on about the site. So that's a great question, though.
Hi, my name is Riverland. I'm from Cookeville, Tennessee. What is something you learned as a tech engineering student that you use in your work for NASA?
Everything. Everything. Like I said earlier, that's the foundation that built the rest of my life. Because, like I said earlier, the rigor that went into the studies, that it's not an easy curriculum. It shouldn't be, because it's preparing you for a future that can be very broad, and what area you might go into is unknown where you're at right now. So it's a very broad, very deep as well study program that you have, and take advantage of it. Learn as much as you can, because you never know where life will lead, where it will take you.
Hello, my name is Roman. I'm from Memphis, Tennessee. And my question is, who was your favorite engineering professor, or what was your favorite class at Tech, engineering class?
Well, my favorite professor, I also got a master's degree from Tech in electrical engineering, was Dr. Powell. He was also my thesis advisor. And he had some amazing classes in electronics. I remember I didn't do too well in it, but I still enjoyed it. It doesn't necessarily matter how well you do, but I still enjoyed it and learned a great deal. But many professors, Dr. Childress, others, but Dr. Powell's the one I remember the most. He did a lot. I benefited a lot from him in his classes, just as I'm sure you do there with the classes you have.
Hello, my name is Kelsey, and I'm just wondering what specifically was your major in college and what clubs were you involved in?
Yeah, electrical engineering, and the club I was involved in was football. That's really all I had time for. Electrical engineering, if anyone there, raise your hand if you're an electrical engineering major, or in engineering. I guess it's computer engineering now. I don't know about you, but when I was there, it was hard, really hard. And it was a full-time job. And then, like I said earlier, I played football, and that was a full-time job too. So that's about all I had time for. But like I said, great foundation, great, just the campus life was fantastic. I'm sure you experience it now, and it's changed a lot since I was there. Some wonderful buildings, new buildings there that you're wonderful, the opportunities to take advantage of, and the different facilities and the instructors and all, and professors. Wow, it's a great place to be. I'm excited for all of you.
Hi, my name is Zach Henson, and I'm from Jackson, Tennessee. My question is, how did you get involved with NASA while going to school in Tennessee?
Well, I tell you what, that's a good question. I don't know. I didn't have an opportunity when I was there to get involved with NASA from Tech. I'm sure there were ways that could have taken place, just as there are now. But when I was there, if they were there, I wasn't aware of them. But anyway, a good question.
Hi, my name is Landon. I'm from Columbia, Tennessee. And my question is, what is the most valuable lesson or experience you have gained from your career?
That one's fairly simple. Determination, persistence. Not giving up. Keep pressing forward. There is, there's been a lot of doors that have been shut and permanently shut, but it wasn't for the lack of trying. So I think that's the biggest lesson learned. Like I said, all the things that I learned at Tech. I had some classes that were really tough, but buckle down. I pulled many all-nighters. I can't even count the number of all-nighters I pulled studying. Preparing for tests and other things. Just persistence, determination, and keep pressing forward. That's been the biggest benefit the good Lord's given me, and one that was a hard lesson learned, but still benefits me to this day.
What would be your advice to current college students with dreams as big as space?
Take your passion that you have and run with it, whatever it is. You never know, like I said, where life might take you. So what you enjoy, put your all into it, everything, and focus, be determined, put in the effort. Nothing comes easy. If you think things come easy, they don't. It's false. Put the nose to the grindstone and keep pressing forward.
Hi, my name's Natalia, and I'm from Nashville. What is your biggest challenge in life, and how did you overcome it?
You know, I tell you what, Natalia, that's a question that I just try to give you the first thing that comes to my mind. The biggest challenge in life is, I think, to live a life worthy. You know, the good Lord gives us all talents and capabilities and gives us a moral direction of life and the way that we should live and how we should go about living our lives and how we interact with others. And the biggest challenge, I think, that it continues day in and day out is to be worthy of what the good Lord has given us, has given me, and try to focus on that and honor Him with all that I say and all that I do. That's honestly what drives me. And that's what to glorify Him, and that's the purpose of our lives. That's why we exist, to glorify Him in all that we think, say, and do, and to be worthy in that. That's the challenge.
Hi, Cousin Barry. My name is Clayton Eldon Wilmore, and my question is, I'm from Carthage, Tennessee, and my question is, how has being in space changed your perspective on life and our planet?
Well, Clayton, I appreciate that question. Tell your dad, Jerry, I said hello. Change my perspective. I tell you, again, the first thing that comes to my mind, it hasn't really changed my perspective so much as it has broadened it. I think broadened is the better term. When you're experiencing, look out the windows that we have here, go on a spacewalk, out there on the spacewalk looking down with the gold solar rays that we just saw and the silver of the space station contrast with the black background and the blue water, and Hawaii goes by at 17,500 miles an hour, 5 miles a second, and you think, goodness, how in the world did I get here? I mean, how did I get here? And you think back to people like Dr. Powell and others at Tech and other places, my mom and dad, and it gives you a perspective, I think, of appreciation for what has transpired in your life and those that the good Lord has put in your path to enable you to do things and have some of the desires of your heart. So it's appreciation for sure.
Hi, Captain. My name's Eli Tidwell. I'm from Spring Hill, Tennessee, and my question for you is, what has been the biggest challenge you've faced in your mission?
Let's see here. The biggest challenge. I guess did y'all watch the news about 5 months ago? Were y'all aware of all that took place and why we're here? I'm sure. There were some challenges there. There was definitely some challenges. There were some challenges in the spacecraft on 6th of June that we were able to overcome because we had prepared. Preparation is not how you don't win a football game by going out and playing. You win a football game by preparing ahead of time, and that's life, preparing ahead of time. That's what you're doing now. You're preparing for life ahead of time right now. And so we've had some difficult situations that the preparation is what has made it work out. You know, we're here on Space Station. This is my 5th month. I've got 4 months to go, 4.5, something like that. I don't even know. We got a while to go. And we were prepared for this. We didn't expect to be here, but we prepared every step of the way, that every single task that we do, spacewalks, we're working the robotic arm, all the maintenance, all the science things that we do here, we prepared anyway, even though we didn't plan to be here. And that preparation is what brings the success today, for sure. That's a good question.
Hello, Captain. My name is Jonathan Banks. I'm from Silerton, Tennessee. It's a small town close to Bolivar, and I actually want to be an astronaut like you. My question is, what is the first thing you want to do when you return to Earth?
Oh, you know the answer to that one. I want to hug my wife. I want to hug my daughters. Gone longer than we planned. That'll be a special homecoming. I want to, greet some friends and say, shake some people's hands and say thank you to them for the preparation they put into us, and also giving us the ability to be here and do the things that we're doing. So a couple of hugs, a couple of handshakes, that's really, really, truly what I'm looking forward to. There's Trudy Harper.
Hey, so Barry, we have a special guest here that wants to say hello to you as well before we sign off.
So my question is, I'm Trudy Harper, and I'm from Soddy Daisy, Tennessee, and I wave at you every time the space shuttle comes over, or the space station rather comes over my house. I want to know if you can see me waving. That's what I want to know.
I look every time I go over Soddy Daisy, Trudy, and I'm looking for you. Yeah, you just keep waving. I will see you.
I wave, and my whole crowd does, and we're so proud of you. I just have to tell you, we're so proud of you.
Well, you're wonderful. Thank you so much.
So, how much time we got? All right. So, we're gonna send you off here, Barry. Everybody, stand up and let's do wings up for Captain Wilmore. Barry, we're so proud of you. Hope you got to see the homecoming game or follow it at least. Wings up from everybody here at Tennessee Tech.
We miss you.
I
I
did. Fantastic. Thank you all. We love y'all too. Love Tech. Enjoy your time. Cherish the time that you're there. It's fantastic. Thank y'all.
Station, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event.
Thank you to all participants. Station, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
Station Huntsville, Space Ground 2 for Nick and Tango Lab.
Nick on 2. Munich on 2.
Can you stand by 1, Sunny?
Sure.
And Sunny, we're with you on 2, and if you're looking for a go, you do have a go.
Oh, I was just wondering if you guys could potentially email us a picture of a Romanian flag and we could print it. I had no luck looking for it in the PMS.
Copy that. We'll get y'all something from our ops teams. Give us about a minute to get back to you.
Take your time. I'm unpacking stuff.
Station Huntsville, Space Ground 2 for Nick and Tango Lab at your convenience.
I'm with you on 2.
Yeah, we talked to the PD, and the screen being like that doesn't prevent them from getting their data. So no steps for it right now. We're all good.
Okay, that's great news. If anything changes, just let me know.
We'll go, thanks.
And Station Houston on 2 for minor stowage delta.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, Sonny. Line item 17 is actually going to go in locker Golf 1, not Juliet 1.
Okay, Golf 1 versus Juliet 1. We might have to call you back when we get there.
I'll be here.
Station Munich on 2 for Romanian flag.
Go ahead, Munich.
Hey, Sunny. So we're actually going to move forward without the Romanian flag. That's something that we can add in through video editing. So summary for Don, he can do his PAO event without the cube and without the flag.
Okay, sounds good. We'll make sure he knows.
Thanks.
on to for a question.
And Sunny, we're with you on 2.
I am looking for a half CTB 4193, and it says it's in the Columbus starboard end cone overhead, and there hasn't been a .5 in that location for a long time, and I'm looking at all the starboard end cones and I'm not seeing it. Could that have been moved at some point in time? Is anything else in that half CTB, or can I start a new one?
And Sunny, we're checking. And Sunny, Munich's with you on 2. For that serial number 4193, what is that specifically for?
Okay, unpack line item 12, biolab, and item 16.
Copy and checking. Station Munich on 2 for Sunny and CTB.
Go ahead.
Hey, Sunny, we got an alternate location for you. You can check the Columbus Deck 3 rack front area. And if you can't find it there, we'll take your offer on starting a new half CTB. We would just need you to report the serial number and the location.
Okay, I'm not finding it right now. So how about if we use the CTB that these things came in, and I'm getting other pieces from Nick 1.05573.
And Sunny, we're checking. Station Munich on 2 for Sunny. Yeah, we can go ahead and use that CTB that they came in.
Okay, Munich, just one more question. I have line number 1202 and 1203, and Nick has 1603. There's a lot of these pieces. Are they really all supposed to fit in a half CTB? And will they fit better just if I take them out of the Ziplocs? I'm hesitant to do that because then it will mix them all up.
Copy and checking. Station Munich on 2 for Sunny.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Sunny, we copy that there's a lot of items here, and we agree we'd like to not take them out of their bags and mix them up. You mentioned the 1.0 CTB serial number 5573 being an option we could use to consolidate to put all those items together. If we're totally cool moving forward with that. If we need another CTB, we'll use your recommendation and your judgment here. If you could just report the serial number and the location in a stowage note or call it out to us, that would be helpful.
We'll do. Thanks. I think we'll probably 1.0 is probably a better idea. We'll get a number and let you know. Thank you.
Station Munich on 2 for a go back. Station Munich on 2 for Sunny.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, Sunny. So we just got words that we would prefer not to use the 1.0 with the serial number 5573 since that's going to eventually be relocated out of Columbus. So our recommendation would just be to start a brand new CTV.
Hey, how about 5571?
Checking.
Because that was where 1603, the same type of equipment, came from. So I have 1603, 1504, and my 12s all in the 1.05571.
And Sunny, no concerns with that. 5571 is a good CTV.
Where would you want that stowed in Columbus? I'm sure it's in Columbus somewhere. Any quadrant in particular?
And Sunny, we don't have a preference, so we'll use your judgment here.
Okay, for now, starboard end cone, forward, lower.
Copy, starboard and cone forward, lower. Thank you.
Unix station on 2 for ice cubes.
Hi, Don. We're with you on 2.
Yeah, I just got delivered ice cube number 9, fresh from SpaceX 31, and I'm ready to dive into ice cubes and open it up and install number 9. I'm still scratching my head where to find ice cube number 17 that the procedure has me install at the same time.
And Don, we copy. You got ice cube number 9, and you do not need to worry about ice cube number 17. We're going to be deferring that to a different day. So you can proceed with that installation just without ice cube 17.
Copy that. I'm going to start in on step 4 and install ice cube number 9.
And we copy that. Sounds good.
question on 2, ice cubes, number 9.
And Don, we're with you on 2.
Yes, in step 7.1 for installing cube number 9, I removed the Kapton tape from the DW13 connector, and it says only remove the Kapton tape from that connector. Well, there's another grounding, it looks like a grounding key or something that's also taped on the bottom of the cube number 9, and with that taped in place, it will not fit on the tray facility inside of Ice Cube. So I'm thinking this key connector of some kind needs to be removed from the bottom before the installation can be completed. But the procedure doesn't say anything about what to do with this extra thing taped to the bottom.
And Don, so yeah, that part that you're talking about, that fastener should be removed in order for that experiment cube to fit in.
That's what I thought. What do I do with this key? It says cam lock on it. What do I do with this cam lock part after I've installed cube number 9?
So you'll actually be using that later in the procedure to secure it in place.
Copy that.
And Don, while we have you, we were wondering if you completed step 1 of setting up that XF705 to give us a camera view.
Yeah, I have the 705 set up to record the PAO presentation, but I put that on hold until I do this installation just because of the traffic in Columbus right now with the unstow from SpaceX 31.
Copy that. So for the one that I was asking for specifically, it's at the very beginning of this procedure you're working through, the 2.103. We have a XCP, it's kind of hidden in there, but it says basically to use the 705 to point it at the Ice Cube's facility. We're going to need it later, closer to step 9, when we're working with the bonding strap.
Yes, and in order to set up the 705 for the PAO event, which was supposed to come before this, but it's been late, I had to disconnect the 705 that's hooked up with downlink. So right now the only 705 that's operational is the standalone 705 with a memory card for recording the PAO event.
And copied on. So we will need the live video from the 705 of this Ice Cube's installation. It's a safety concern here for when we do the bonding strap installation in step 9.
Okay, I will reset it up when I get to that step. Right now, I've got number 9 in my hand. I've removed the cam lock key that was taped to the back side based on your call, not the procedure, and I'm going to install it.
Copy, Don. Sounds good.
and Munich on to the only thing that's holding cube number 9 down is the connection on the D13 connector, and it's pretty loose. And as soon as I put it onto the facility framework, the slightest bump and the thing floats off. And I'm thinking there either needs to be some kind of fastener to hold it down or Kapton tape to tape it in contact with the framework.
And Don, we copy that it is loose. At this moment, we will take a camera view and then go with a recommendation from there.
Copy that. I'll reset up the 705 downlink. Go ahead and get that ready for downlink.
Copy that.
Let me know when you have downlink.
And Don, we have the view, and this looks good.
And I show you the key that was taped right on the bottom where my finger is pointing, which would prevent this thing from mating onto the facility framework. And so I've removed this key and I'm taping it to the wall. And I'll go ahead and install cube number 9, and you'll see shortly thereafter it'll float off the platform.
And Don, a recommendation from our ops teams is you can feel free to put some pressure on there and really push it into place. No need to be too super gentle.
Pushed it down as far as the 4 polymer feet allow it to be connected, and you can see in the video it just floats right off the connection.
And Don, we just saw you try to attach it there, and we're thinking about some recommendations.
It actually looks like the D13 connector doesn't fully mate. It probably mates sufficient for the electrical connections, but doesn't look like it's fully mating with the equivalent J10 connector. And it's almost like the thickness of these feet are just a little too thick to allow it to completely mate.
Copy. So the feet are a little bit too thick for the mate.
Well, that's my thinking right now. And there's no other attachment to hold this cube number 9 on, and that's asking for this aid to detach on its own when the framework table is slid back into ice cube.
And Don, we're with you on 2. Can you go ahead and try one more time? And again, feel free to put a little bit of force into it.
I could see that the feet are flush with the surface of the framework.
Copy. The feet are flush with the framework. Give us a few moments here, Don, to think about what to do. Go ahead.
I copy that. It seems to be happy right now. It's not trying to float off. I am afraid just sliding the framework in to the ice cube facility and closing the door might shake it loose.
Okay, copy. So it's although it looks stable now, it's not completely seated, so it could easily become loose.
That's sort of what I'm thinking right now.
And Don, we're with you on 2. Can we ask you to slide the table just slightly in or out, just to give that table a little bit of movement to see if it comes loose?
Sure, I'll give that a try. Not only did number 9 come loose, but this other ice cube also came loose just in the process of trying to slide the facility in.
And Don, we copy that it came loose. give us a few to think about next steps. Station Munich on 2 for Dawn and Ice Cubes.
Unit station on 2, go ahead.
Hey Don, so we see that you got the ice cubes there on the tray. So our recommendation is as long as those feet are touching the tray or the connector, that's okay. So the goal is just to be as gentle as possible so it doesn't come loose. If there is no way that's at all possible, you can use Kapton tape along the long edge of the cube to attach it to that tray.
Copy that. Another thing I'm thinking is when the data, power, and LAN are connected from the outside through the ports in the door, I'm thinking there might be enough vibration or shaking when that happens to knock this loose. But let me go ahead and give that a try and see if I can get this thing installed.
And we copy that. Thank you, Don.
Unit station on 2, I got the framework facility slid in without knocking any of the pre-existing cubes off, and the existing, the new cube number 9 is still attached.
And Don, we copy. And so once you have that cube 9 attached, you can skip down to step number 8.
Copy, picking up at 8, which you saw that I just completed.
Yes, we did. Thanks, Don.
Now I see what that extra key is for. The bonding, the grounding strap was just kept on tape, and this looks like it is a new key, a quarter-turn key fastener to hold it in place.
That's good words, Don.
I'll go ahead and put F9 in work.
And we copy, and then if you could focus that camera on the bonding strap attachment, that would be fantastic.
Houston on 2 for Pluto.
Head on 2.
I don't have this part of my qual yet. Apparently SSC1, Cisco is not ever connecting, just thinking about it, and then Outlook is acting a little weird too. So wondering if you could go in and take a look at SSC1.
Yep, Pluto's on it.
I have another Pluto question while we're at it. When I look at the networks, I don't see my SSC on the list. Is there a reason why not all the SSCs are not on the network list?
And Sonny, you're talking about when you go to like the view network locations on the SSCs, you have a list of all the other computers?
Yeah, and I don't have all of them. Maybe some of them because we're moving them around, but I would think the ones that are stable, like the ones in our crew quarters, should show up.
And Sonny, one more question. So you said this was through like the Windows Explorer What does ping master show?
No, I'll have to take a look at that. I'm working on my qual, like I said. But most important is SSC1. The other part is not as important.
Yep, okay, copy. I'll disregard the ping master question. Pluto's going to take a look, and we'll let you know what's up.
Thank you.
Unit station on 2 for grounding strap. The quarter turn key, I can feel that it goes in the slot in the power supply, but it doesn't seem like it's quite long enough in order to engage in the angled part to cam it over to lock it. And I'm wondering if you have any suggestions.
And Don, we copy that we don't think the pin is long enough to secure the bonding strap to the facility. Give us a moment here to scratch our heads.
And it's got a couple of washers on it. One of them looks like it's got 3 washers. 2 of them look like they're a Belleville washer set. And then there's a third washer that actually looks like it's a bit of a Belleville washer. It's fairly thin. I'm wondering if I were to remove one of the washers, say the thin one, whether that might allow the pin to go in far enough so that I could lock it.
And Don, we're back with you on 2. Before we think about removing washers, can you give it one more shot and, put that pin in and then rotate a quarter turn and then point that lever or point the lever towards you and then do that quarter turn?
I will give it another try, and notice I removed the grounding strap just to see whether the cam key will work, and I can feel the cam key locking. So I know the cam key itself works. It's just a question of the washer stack seems to be a little too thick along with grounding strap. Let me fiddle with it a little more. How much force would you be comfortable with in terms of my twisting on the cam lock?
And Don, feel free to use some force.
almost wanted to go in and do the quarter turn and fasten. I didn't quite have enough leverage with my fingers to turn the key. If I put a pair of pliers on it, I might be able to get it snapped over. Although I'm not sure that'd be a good idea.
And we copy, Don. Yeah, we're not liking the pliers route either. Give us a few moments here to think about next steps. And you mentioned removing a thin washer. Do you have any recommendations on how you would remove that?
Yeah, I'd take a pair of diagonal cutters and put a crease on two sides of the washer about 180 degrees apart, and then I take another pair of pliers and I just wiggle the washer back and forth in direction of the crease, maybe 7 or 8 times until the washer would break in half. That's how I'd remove it. And did you notice, I wasn't sure whether you could see on the video camera, without the grounding strap in place, I could put quarter turn key in the slot on the power supply and rotate it 90 degrees, and I could feel it kind of dog over center and fasten. It's kind of like a variant on a Zeus fastener. I could feel that, but with the thickness of the grounding strap, it just and the stack of Belleville washers, it just doesn't seem like the shaft is long enough to allow a rotation.
Okay, Don. We copy. Thank you for your ideas. We're gonna need a few moments here to give you some next steps.
And, of course, I could always Kapton tape the grounding strap in place like it was when I first opened up the facility.
In Station Munich on 2 for Dawn, we would like for you to get some pictures of the grounding strap and the pin. And then for a video, if you could zoom in on the grounding strap as well, that would help our ops teams down here.
Sure thing. Sure thing.
And Don, this is Munich with you on 2. So with the lever should be perpendicular to the facility. So right now it's parallel to the facility. So lift the lever away. So it's the long end is almost pointing away from the facility. And then you would And so Don, and that's a good position. And then from there, you would rotate it up. So the lever would point upwards.
Won't rotate up. It feels like it's the shaft is not long enough for the 2 little PIDs to engage in the internal mechanism and allow it to cam into place.
Copy that.
And you could see without the grounding strap, the quarter turn cam lock works as designed.
Yeah, we concur, Don. You gave us a good video of that just now. We're still thinking here on best way forward.
And just FYI, in the process of doing all of this, I could see that cube number 9 has floated off of its connector.
Don, we see that cube had floated off. Yeah, our recommendation here is to apply the Kapton tape to the long edge of the cube to secure it in place as best as you can. And while you do that, we'll try to get you some words on the bonding strap.
Copy that, and I will put the Kapton tape on the outside edge of the facility framework so that it has the greatest force pulling down next to the D13 connector.
And Don, we like that plan.
Munich onto, I'm thinking a small piece of Kapton tape on the opposite side would also be advised. Maybe a 1-inch length of Kapton right here, and I could put it on in such a way that it won't cover up any of the vent holes on the beautifully machined top plate on the framework.
And Don, we like the way you're thinking. That sounds good to us.
Station Houston on 2 for Sunny and email issue.
Go ahead.
Hey, Sunny. Pluto checked out SSC1, and we sent a test email. Everything looked good to us. Was there anything in specific that Yvonne was having trouble with?
I will go ask. He just gave me some thoughts that it was not working quite right. So
Now,
let me go
cube
ask him.
number 9 seems to be nearly fastened to the top plate of the facility framework.
And Don, we copy. It looks like a good connection there. Could you also take photos of how you have secured the cube to the tray?
Unit, can I ask you a question about ice cubes in stowage?
And Sunny, go ahead.
Okay, line item 31.05. This piece called ice cubes is bigger than a 0.5 CTB, so it's not going to fit into 4423.
Copy. That's the ice cubes piece is too big for a half 0.0 CTB. Give us a moment here to get you a better location.
Yep, and on that line item it says there's a cable. I got the cable and I was able to put that in the 0.5 CTB, but it's longer than a half a CTB, so it will not fit in there. And plus the CTB is pretty packed.
And Sunny, Munich's back with you on 2. You are good to create a new 1.0 CTB and then report the serial number and location. And we're good with you using your best judgment on where that should be stowed.
Okay, if I do a 1.0, should I move all the contents from 4423 into it with that other piece?
And Sunny, we like that. If it all fits in the 1.0, you're free to move that into the new 1.0.
Okay, I'll be back with that information shortly.
And Station Munich on 2 for Dawn. You can apply the bonding strap using capped on tape. Station Munich on 2 for Dawn and Ice Cubes. Station Munich on 2 for Dawn and Ice Cubes.
Go on 2 for Ice Cubes.
Hey Don, we tried to sneak in a call to you right before the LOS, but we wanted to let you know that you are good to secure the bonding strap to the facility using Kapton tape, kind of how you found it. And then we would request photos of that so we can have that on the ground for some troubleshooting.
Copy that. I've already taken a whole bunch of photos. I'll take a whole bunch more, and I'll take photos of the camming key. One other possibility to get this to fit, if you really want it to, instead of removing a Belleville washer, you could take a file and file down the little cross nubbin a little bit on each side, and maybe that would get it to engage. But we're up here, and that's probably not a good idea to do that. But anyway, I'll put it together with Kapton tape.
Copy all, and thanks, Don. We really appreciate you giving us some ideas down here.
Connect on 2 for stowage.
Sunny with you on 2.
Just to make sure we all are on the same page, everything for BioLab, half CTB is now in a BioLab labeled 1.0 CTB 5571. It is stored starboard end cone forward lower.
Awesome. Thank you, Sunny. We copy 1.0 serial number 5571 at starboard and cone forward lower. Thanks again.
Yep, no problem. And then the same thing for everything ice cubes. Everything in that 0.5 CTB is now in a 1.05316, starboard end cone, upper aft.
And we copy that, Sunny. Thank you so much.
And Munich on 2. I've got good pictures of the Kapton. I'll float the camera, the 705 here, so you could get a real-time view of it too. what I've done, I've made sure that I have not covered up any of the ventilation port with Kapton tape. And I use 2-inch Kapton tape, and it's bent over on the forward right angle face, and I've I've made sure that the Kapton tape has as much normal force to the grounding strap as I could get the tape to put into it.
Copy that, Don. That is really appreciated, and yeah, we'll take you up on that camera view. And Don, that looks really good. Our ops teams are happy with your Kapton tape magic. Another thing for you, the fastener, you can go ahead and stow that in CTB 4423.
Uh, 4423 was the half a CTB that Sonny just depopulated and moved the contents into a new Ice Cubes 1.0 CTB 5316. So I'm assuming, do you want this grounding strap go into the CTB with the rest of the ice parts?
And Don, good catch.
On 2
That
for
is the
Stowage.
ideal configuration. So yeah, the CTB serial number 5316 would be great.
I'll put this in a little plastic bag because this ain't just on its own inside the CTB is going to float out and get lost. So I'll scare up a small plastic bag and put it in.
Copy that, Don. That sounds like a good plan. Thank you. And Don, we like the Ziploc.
And the grounding strap key is in the lid portion of IceCube's new 1.0 5316 CTB. And if you concur, I'll go ahead and put IceCubes back together again. I'll slide the facility framework in carefully. I'll close the door and connect the LAN, the power, and the data.
And Don, we copy all. The CTB serial number is good, and we concur. You can go ahead and finish out this procedure and continue with the cable connections and close out. And to be clear, you would be picking up in step 9.6. And Don, we copy your thumbs up.
Unit on 2 for Anita.
Hey, Sunny, we're with you on 2.
I'm ready for that procedure. Looking for your go, step 5.1.
And Sunny, you are a go in step 5.1.
Okay, it worked.
Houston Station on 2 for Dragon Cargo.
With you on 2. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to sync up. We're finished for the day. I'm going to shut down the Node 2 camera here shortly. Basically up to item 33, and that one is temp stowed Node 2, Deck 2, and we'll pick that up when we've got time tomorrow.
Sounds good. Thanks for all the work today. We've derouted the Node 2 cam, but we do still have the internal Dragon cameras on.
Okay, copy. Thanks for the heads up.
Have a good one.
And Houston Station on 2 with a request.
Go ahead on 2.
Hey, could you please pull up Fox News on the BME TV?
Yep, in work.
Thank you much. Unit Station on 2 with the pictures I saw procedure 2.103 complete, and I'll put pictures on one of the SSCs and make a note to route them to you.
We copy that, Don. Big thanks for you sticking with us and really giving us some much needed perspective in this.
And I'm still available to remove one of them Belleville washers if you guys decide to do it that way. I did take a picture down into the keyway so that you could see the condition of the metal parts that the key rides on.
Okay, copy. I know our engineering teams will be very happy with that. And one last thing before we let you go, we wanted to let you know that the PAO for drop coal, don't worry about that for today. We'll figure out a time to reschedule that.
I have my cleanest good shirt on. I'm all ready to do the PAO event. If you put it on another day, I'll have to dig out another good shirt.
Oh man, Don.
Actually, I'm ready to. I'll take you up on the offer to do the PAO event on a different day. You got to have a certain amount of internal energy to do that, and it's at the end of a long day, and I'm ready to go get some dinner.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks again, Don, and we'll reschedule it, and really big thanks from us, and enjoy your evening.
Will do. It's a pleasure working with you. And inside of the Ice Cube facility, the machining, it's just a beautiful piece of equipment. I love working with all the equipment from ESA because it's not only functional, but it has an aesthetic, artistic beauty to it.
Oh, thank you for your great words, Don. We're very flattered. We tell you you're an engineer with how much you appreciate the machining.